All right, so where do we stand? Do we, the complaining witness was finished yesterday, right? There was no more, all right. So any other issues that we need to deal with that came up overnight?
There are some things I wanted to bring up with the court, and I think now might be an appropriate time because we were told that the next and final Commonwealth witness is a half an hour out in bad traffic. She's coming from an outer ring town,
Okay.
around 495 area,
Yeah.
and
So she's not here yet?
she is not.
All right. Is that the last witness that you're going to call?
That's the last Commonwealth witness, yes.
All right.
We don't expect that testimony to be lengthy. There were a couple other things that I was going to wait until the end of the evidence to bring up, but I could do them now. One is simply, there's been a media request that was made to our office for access to the exhibits. I did explain to the requester that although they're property of the court, there are some issues in terms of content, not just faces, but there is personal information in a lot of them that you've seen, phone numbers, email addresses, and so forth. So I think, obviously, where the exhibits end up at the end of the trial depends on the outcome, but I think we can work with the clerk's office to redact that personal information before they go out. I mean, we know they're public records.
Right, and the exhibits are going to, at the end of the close of the evidence and the close of the closing arguments of the lawyers, I plan on taking a recess with the exhibits while I deliberate. I trust that you'll work with the clerk's office then to.
Yeah, and we'll deal with all that after, Your Honor.
That'll be after the fact.
The next is, I mean, I guess it would be what I'd call this is kind of analogous to what would ordinarily be a charge conference if this were a jury, because I do have some thoughts and some arguments, I suppose, as to what the court should be considering when you deliberate. The reason for that is I know the rules of evidence, I think, have maybe been a little bit more relaxed because it's a non-jury trial. We're not concerned about the prejudicial or misuse aspects, and I know that's cut both ways in the sense that Ms. Tini may have been able to say more about her thinking and her state of mind and her reasons than she might have in front of a jury. But it also there's still principles in terms of what how things are considered, and in the Commonwealth's view, what should be considered. If Your Honor were charging a jury, I'm sure there would be an instruction regarding the other allegations against Mr. Batali, that they were admitted for a very limited purpose, that they're not evidence he committed a crime, that they're not offered for whether they're true. They're only relevant to Ms. Tini's state of mind at the time that she heard them or read them, and what decisions she made and when. Similarly, for impeachment evidence of her, Your Honor, we are not a jurisdiction where the kitchen sink comes in, even though the kitchen sink, or close to it, came in during the testimony. And I know that came in over our objections, and the court made that decision. The gym membership information and the phony lease, I suppose that could be tied to. Excuse me, I'm not finished.
I object to this. We're supposed to have a witness on the stand, and he's making a closing argument.
Yeah, why don't we?
The witness is done.
Right.
It's not a closing argument. It's an argument as to how we think evidence should be considered. And,
yeah. Why don't we? We'll wait on that then. All right. We'll have a charging conference at the end of at the close of the evidence, and you can make these arguments in your closing argument as well.
Right, but this isn't a closing at all, Your Honor, and there's one other.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the trial.
I know that.
We're in the middle of the trial. All right. So we'll just leave it at that. So I'll take a recess until let us know when your witness gets here. All right.
For Roz. We'll stay in the recess, folks. in session. You may proceed to close on the phones.
Was that issue taken care of on the table?
They're fine with it. They didn't want to take it any further.
Okay, all right.
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, call your next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Rachel Buckley.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you have to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Rachel Buckley, B as in boy, Uckley.
Thank you, Ms. Buckley. Can you tell us how old you are?
37 years old.
And where are you from, Ms. Buckley?
I'm originally from Portola Valley, California.
And how did you end up out here in the Boston area?
I came out here for graduate school.
And when was that?
That was August of 2006.
Okay. And at some point after you moved out here, did you meet Natalie Teeny?
Yes, I met her through an ex-boyfriend who's a good friend of hers.
Okay, and who's that?
That's Peter Vasselin.
Okay. When was it that you met Miss Teeny, if you remember?
Would have been 2014.
Okay. And you said you met through your ex-boyfriend who was Miss Teeny's friend?
Yes.
Okay.
They had been friends since time immemorial.
Okay. Would you say that today you're still friends with Miss Teeny?
Yes, I would say that we've had less contact because of the goings-on, but we're still good friends.
Okay. And by the goings-on, what do you mean by that?
I mean this particular case.
Okay. And why is that?
Because we didn't want to discuss it.
Okay. And are you still in a dating relationship with Miss Teeny's friend Peter?
No, we're friends.
Okay. And when would you say the last time you hung out with Miss Teeny was? If you can remember.
Probably 2018.
Okay. Were you friends with Miss Teeny during the spring of 2017?
Yes.
How would you describe your friendship at that time?
We would hang out once or twice a week, usually the three of us, Peter Vasselin, Natalie Teeny, and I.
Okay. And would you talk on a frequent basis back then?
Yes, we texted on a frequent basis.
Okay. In early April of 2017, did Miss Teeny confide in you something that had happened to her on April 1st, 2017?
Not by text, but by, like, in person.
Okay. And when did that in-person conversation take place, if you can remember?
I can't remember.
In proximity to April 1st, 2017, about how long after would you estimate that conversation took place?
Not long after.
Would you say a matter of days, weeks? Are you able to give a more specific estimate?
I think days.
Okay. When you had that in-person conversation with her, do you remember where you were?
I don't specifically. I would guess one of two places, because it's where we always hung out, was my apartment in Central Square or Charlie's Lounge in Central Square, or in Harvard Square.
Okay. Both in Cambridge?
Yeah, both in Cambridge.
Okay. When you had that conversation with her about what happened to her, what did she tell you?
She explained that, so it started with her taking secretive pictures of Mario Batali, and then him noticing that she was taking pictures and insisting that they take selfies. And then...
Did she tell you where she was when she saw Mario Batali?
Yeah, town, which I believe is his restaurant.
Okay. And when she told you about this encounter with him at town, what did she say after the initial secretive picture she tried to take of him?
So she mentioned somebody in the corner crying because he wasn't acknowledging her, and she was like the beverage manager at Italy, I think. And then he called her over to take selfies, and at first it was just selfies, and then it turned into groping.
And what did she tell you about the groping that took place?
So she told me that it was her thighs, her groin, and her breast.
That were groped by Mr. Batali?
Yes.
And did she say if that groping occurred while she was trying to take those selfie pictures?
Yes.
Did she mention any contact of her face at all? Like anything he was doing to her face during that conversation?
She mentioned that he kissed her face.
Okay.
As well.
When she told you that she had been groped in those areas by Mr. Batali, how long would you say that conversation lasted, if you can remember?
It was 5 years ago, so I don't remember how long the conversation lasted, but we probably talked about it for about an hour.
And was the conversation you had with her, what was Miss Teeny's demeanor like during that conversation?
I think she was pretty uncomfortable, but uncomfortably trying to laugh it off, like as though it wasn't a big deal, and then I think it kind of struck her as a big deal later on.
Okay. When she told you about it that day, was anyone else present for that conversation?
I think Peter Vasselin.
Do you think Peter, or do you know if Peter was there?
I don't know if Peter was there.
Okay. Do you have any specific memory of Peter being involved in that conversation?
No.
Okay. In January of 2018, did you talk to a reporter from the Eater publication about what Natalie had told you back in April?
Yes.
When you spoke to Eater, did you tell Natalie, Miss Teeny, that you were going to speak to the Eater publication?
If I remember correctly, she alerted me that they would be contacting me.
And did you have any further substantive conversation with Miss Teeny about what you were supposed to say to that publication or anything of that nature?
No.
At some point in August of 2018, did a detective from the Boston Police Department contact you about what had happened to Miss Teeny at town?
Yes.
And did you tell her what you remembered Miss Teeny sharing with you at that time?
Yes.
And that interview you did with Boston Police, that was about 16 months after the incident with Miss Teeny at town. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
copy of the deposition in the civil case for Ms. Buckley. Would it be okay if I handed that out now so that the witness and the parties have a copy when we refer to? No, I'll hand that out. I have one. Oh, you do? You're all set. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, Ms.
Morning.
Buckley. This is not the first time we've met, right?
Yep.
And you sat for a deposition in Ms. Tenne's civil lawsuit against Mr. Batali back in May 8th, 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
So that was about almost exactly 3 years ago now, right? And I took your deposition that day.
Correct.
And through that deposition and also some discovery you provided in the civil case, you're familiar with the fact that Ms. Tenne filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Batali seeking money damages based on the incident at town that you just testified about, right?
Correct. I didn't realize the two cases were separate,
Okay.
but I've learned that since.
And you told the truth during your deposition?
I did.
And you were under oath then, like you are today?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about on direct how you and Ms. Tenne were very close friends in 2017 and 2018. You spoke to each other multiple times a week, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you met Ms. Tenne through your now ex-boyfriend, but was your boyfriend at the time.
Yes.
And he is someone who she had grown up with and known her whole life, is that right?
Most of their lives, I believe.
And so you'd be in touch maybe by texting, maybe by phone calls, maybe by seeing each other all throughout the week on a regular basis during the 2017-2018 time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And now, did you meet with the prosecutors before you came in today to prepare for your testimony?
Yes.
And how many times did you do that?
Once.
Did you review any documents when you did that?
Just the documents that I submitted myself.
Submitted who?
Text documents and, all the text messages that I submitted.
And were these text messages from the night of April 1st, 2017?
Some of them, and some of them were sort of subsequent text messages that Natalie and I had exchanged.
And did they give you any advice about your testimony here this morning?
Just what to expect.
And did you talk about what you plan to say here this morning?
They told me to answer everything truthfully and as I remember it, because it was 5 years ago.
Okay. Now, on direct examination, you mentioned that Natalie told you about a woman crying at town that evening of February 1st, 2017, right? Now, you knew about that from text messaging with Natalie that night, right?
Yes.
And so, do you recall that evening on March 31st, 2017, while Miss Tenne was at the bar, you were at home and you two were texting while she was out?
Yes.
And she was at a place called Town in Back Bay, right?
Yes.
And she was with her friend Jonathan Samuels, is that right?
I don't remember that, but I recall the name.
Okay. I'd like to just show you some text from that night. May I approach? Okay, so you can see from this text chain that it begins around 10:29 p.m. on March 31st, 2017, with a text from you to Miss Teeny. Looks like you're screenshotting a picture of a beer and a pizza that you were having, right?
Yes, that's my coffee table, my old coffee table.
Okay. And on the top of page 2, Ms. Teeny complains about Mr. Samuels, right? She says, I'm with Jonathan dying. Oh, yes. Is that right?
Yes.
And you respond, Jonathan, the old dude?
Yes.
And you referred to Jonathan as the old dude because he was in his late 50s, right?
I don't recall his age.
Do you remember that he was quite a bit older than Ms. Teeny?
Yes.
And Ms. Teeny was in her 20s at that time?
Yes.
And they would hang out occasionally, is that right?
Yes.
And he would sometimes pay for dinner and drinks when they went out?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance of where this is going.
You can answer.
Yes, they would sometimes hang out.
Okay, and a little bit further down on the page, at around 10:34 p.m., Ms. Teeny says, ew, he's annoying, LOL, I want to go home. Right? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you flip to page 7, you can see you have a little bit more chatter here about Mr. Samuels, about what you're doing that weekend. But when you get to page 7, you can see the two of you talk a little bit more about Mr. Samuels before Miss Teeny says, he's psycho, I came for the food. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you respond, haha, okay. Did you get a good dinner out of it? Where did you guys eat? Do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Yep, and if you turn to the next page, she says, we're at the Town by Prue, and you respond, hope he paid for dinner, haha. And so Jonathan sometimes paid for dinner and drinks when Miss Teeny went out with him, is that right?
Yes, I don't think that's completely unusual.
And sometimes when you and Miss Teeny are chatting and texting about Mr. Samuels, she would sometimes refer to him as daddy or sugar daddy, is that right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So if you go to page 11, you'll see that around 11 p.m. that night, it looks like you're getting ready for bed. You say, okay, I got to go to bed. Do you see that at the top of the page?
Yep.
And Ms. Teen, and then you follow that up with, get out of there, by the way, BTW. That stands for by the way. Is that right?
Yep.
If you want to. And Ms. Teeny responds, yeah, I am soon. Don't worry. I'm like dying. Good night. And it appears that at that point you go to bed, right? Or the conversations, chats from you stop, correct?
Looks like it.
So if you turn to page 12, we see that about an hour and 45 minutes later, at 12:43 a.m., now on April 1st, 2017, you receive an incoming chat from Ms. Teeny that is a picture of her with Mr. Batali. And she says, Mario Batali, that's it. Right?
Yes.
And it looks like there's no response from you till the morning, right?
Yes.
So you did not see the selfie that she had sent you until presumably you woke up on the morning of April 1st, 2017, right? And when you wake up, you say, what? Ha, 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 right? At 8:34 a.m. that morning.
Correct.
Okay, and now this is the first time you actually become aware of the fact that Ms. Teeny has met Mr. Batali, correct?
Correct.
So you knew within 8 hours about the encounter that they had had an encounter.
Yes.
And she says, yeah, he was at the bar, and you two talk about, you have a little text conversation about the fact that she ran into Mr. Batali. And on page 14...
She mentioned that he was so drunk.
She mentions that he's drunk, yep. Okay, on page 14, you respond, that might be the best thing ever. Was he alone? Also, WTF is that thing around his neck. Now, WTF, I understand, stands for what the F. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's presumably a reference to the fact that he had an orange scarf around his neck?
Correct.
And in response, Ms. Teeny says, LOL, it was hilarious. This girl was legit ugly, crying audibly in the corner of the bar for like 20 minutes. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's actually what you mentioned on your direct examination, that she had told you there was a girl who was crying at the bar that night.
Yes.
And so she told you this via text the next morning. Is that right?
Yes.
And you respond, ha 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 ha, I need to check this place out. And Ms. Teeny goes on the next page, on page 15, to talk about the girl a little bit more. And she says, I'm like, okay, get over it, drunkie. Talking about this girl still, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you really think it was funny that this woman was apparently hysterically crying at the bar that night?
Yes.
That it was just funny that she seemed to be in distress?
Because of the reason, I think, that unfolded.
Because Ms. Teeny said, we asked the bartender if she was fine, and the dude explains, oh, her boss is in the restaurant, and she's stressed out because he doesn't even know she exists. So that's the funny reason?
So...
I'm just asking based on this text message that you had.
Yeah. So Natalie said she was ugly crying, which I thought was funny. I'm allowed to think that's funny.
It is a bit mean, though, isn't it?
I wouldn't call myself mean.
Okay. So the conversation goes on. There's a few laughing emojis, and on page 16, it looks like the conversation shifts off of this girl and back to Mr. Batali. At 8:42 a.m., Ms. Teeny sends a message that says, I'm like, wow, that scarf, you're fat as F. It is not cold enough for that scarf, ... This is in reference to Mr. Batali, right?
Yes.
And you respond on the next page, on page 17, oh my God, embarrassing, ha ha ha. To which Ms. Teeny responds, ha 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 ha.
Yes.
And then Ms. Teeny goes back to the girl, and there's more conversation about this girl who was like out of control, and he's like, who the F is that? And you say, that's seriously the best thing ever. Was he wearing Crocs too?
Yes.
And it looks like this is just about getting to the end of the conversation now. We're at 8:45 in the morning, where Ms. Teeny says, I was like, wow, dead. LMFAO probably. That means laughing my effing ass off, probably about him wearing Crocs. Is that right?
Yes.
She says, he was really, really drunk. And you say, OMG, fabulous. And OMG is, oh my God.
Yes.
Is that right? And then you say you got to go, you're catching a train, and that's the end of this conversation, right?
Yes.
So I'd like to move what's marked as ID 100 into evidence.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
I'm going to object to the first 8 pages. I don't think they're relevant to this trial or the incident or Mr. Batali whatsoever.
Counsel?
Well, the first 8 pages establish that this is a one coherent text chain as opposed to pulling out just the pieces that occur after midnight when Ms. Teeny meets Mr. Batali. The complaining witness and the first complaint witness were in a conversation already, and
But the conversation is totally irrelevant. There's no dispute here from the Commonwealth that this is a continuous chain once the defendant wants to put in what's actually relevant to the case.
All right, but she questioned the witness about page 2.
well,
All the questions about,
Sure, Your Honor. She's questioned the witness about it, and of course she's free to question the witness, but that doesn't mean that this hearsay comes in.
I mean, we also have the complaining witness's state of mind that evening at 10:32 p.m. establishing that she's bored, she's dying, she wants to go home. We had testimony about that yesterday, about the fact that she wanted to leave and get out of there. I think this puts into context that that wasn't a new feeling post-meeting Mr. Batali. She had been feeling this way since 10:30 p.m.
all right, and it's the Commonwealth's first complaint witness in a text chain with the witness who testified yesterday, the complaining witness. The text chain that starts on the evening of the alleged incident, starting at 10:30 and going right through the next day, which is the actual date of the incident, into the morning. So I'm going to admit the entire exhibit that's being proffered. So that'll be the next exhibit. Do you have it? Yeah, you can have that. Sure.
All right, Ms. Buckley, so your impression from the text conversation that we just went over is that the rest of Ms. Teeny's night after you had gone to bed that evening was fabulous, right?
I think I wrote the word fabulous in response to what she had said previously,
Well,
not in what I anticipated would come.
Okay, but your impression on April 1st, 2017 at 8:45 a.m. after that you had spoken with Ms. Teeny via text about her night out was that it was a fabulous night out, right?
Yes, and I believe that she was unwilling to reveal what happened over text.
Okay, and so several things had happened that Ms. Teeny texted you about, and you both found those to be hilarious, according to these texts.
Yes.
Okay. So you testified on direct that you and Ms. Teeny met in person to discuss further what had happened at town within a week.
Correct.
And you can't quite remember where you were, but you suggested 2 locations, either your apartment in Central Square or a place called Charlie's Lounge in Harvard Square, right?
Yes.
Now, if I suggested to you that it might have happened at Winter Hill Brewing Company in Somerville, could that be possible?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. And if I suggested that within a week, next Saturday on April 8th, you all met up at Winter Hill Brewing Company, does that sound like that could be right?
Yes.
And was Peter likely with you if you were at Winter Hill Brewing Company?
Yes, he was. Or he would have been.
Okay. And Ms. Teeny might have come and met you there because you and Peter were already there having a pint?
Yes.
Okay. So you meet up, likely at Winter Hill Brewing Company. Ms. Teeny comes, and this is the first time you've now seen her since that text message chain we just walked through, right?
So it would have been, what, 2 weeks? So that sounds right.
I think it would actually be less than a week. This is April 8th, 2017. Maybe it'll help if I hand out a text chain. May I approach?
Oh, I see. I thought you said the 17th.
Yeah, so this is April 8th, 2017. It looks like about 2:55 p.m. You say, we are out at Winter Hill Brewing having a pint, and you invite Ms. Teeny to join you. Does that refresh your recollection at all?
Yes.
Okay, and at 3:45 p.m. you say, we're still here at Winter Hill. And it looks like on the next page, Ms. Teeny agrees to come meet you, and she says her ETA is 4:15 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move what's marked as ID 104 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
That'll be admitted as evidence.
Now, when you said we are at Winter Hill Brewing Company, is it safe to assume that that means you and Peter?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've likely been there, looks like from at least 2:50 p.m. to at least 4:15 p.m. when Ms. Teeny likely arrives, according to when she said she was coming.
Sure.
And that might have been the time after her arrival that she tells you more details about her encounter with Mr. Batali, correct?
Correct.
Now, on direct, you testified that she told you she was touched in her thighs, her groin, and her breasts. Is that right?
Correct.
But in your sworn deposition, you told me that she did not name any specific body parts. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Okay, now that deposition was 2019. We said about 3 years ago, correct?
Correct.
And I'll read you the question I asked and your answer to help refresh your memory on this. And do you have a memory of Natalie telling you either via text or in person that Mr. Batali touched her breasts specifically? Not that he touched my breast. I don't remember her saying specifically he touched my breast. And I'm sorry, this is page 44 for the record, starting at line 10. Do you remember telling me that during the deposition?
No.
So you had no memory at the deposition that she had ever told you that Mr. Batali touched her breast?
Apparently not.
And is your memory somehow better today than it was 3 years ago on this issue?
I believe so.
Okay, and why would it be better today?
Because I've thought a lot more about the case than I had then.
Okay, but you were
And
under...
I've been a lot more familiarized with what happened.
Well, the question is, what did she tell you that day at Winter Hill Brewing Company? Not what do you think happened now that you've read about the case for 5 years, right?
What she told me is that he groped her.
Okay, so she used the word grope at Winter Hill Brewing. Is that right?
As far as I can remember, it was 5 years ago.
But she didn't actually say any other specific body parts at that time, right?
As I recall, it was thighs and groin, mostly.
That's your memory today?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during your sworn deposition, if you turn in front of you, there's a deposition. There's a page 44 that you can turn to. I believe it looks like that. The front of it looks like this.
In the binder?
Do you see this?
Yes.
Yep. And then there are page numbers actually at the bottom, and you can look for pages 41 to 44. And at the bottom of page 44, question, do you remember her saying anything more specific than the term groping, but specifically stating where he had allegedly touched her? Answer, no. That was your answer, right?
Yes.
And so once again, under oath, at your deposition 3 years ago, you testified that she never actually told you any specific parts of her body that had been touched by Mr. Batali, correct?
Objection. The question is confusing. It's what does she remember versus what she told her?
I think the question is what you told me.
I'm going to overrule. Well, why don't you restate
Rephrase.
the question?
And so you answered under oath at your deposition 3 years ago that Ms. Teeny had never told you specifically where on her body Mr. Batali had touched her. Is that right?
Yes.
And were you being truthful that day?
Yes.
And you also said you couldn't really specifically tell me what she meant by groping because you didn't really get into the details. Is that right?
I did. I'm thinking. Can you repeat the question?
And you also told me under oath at that time that you couldn't really explain what she meant by groping because you two never really talked about what groping meant during the conversation, right?
I don't think groping needs to be discussed or described. I think it's pretty obvious what it means.
So it was just the word groping, and there was really no other conversation about what that might mean or where that might mean she was touched, right?
You don't grope ankles.
Sorry?
You don't grope ankles.
Ankles? Okay. All right. And she never used the term sexually assaulted with you at Winter Hill Brewing, right?
No.
And that day when she arrived at Winter Hill Brewing, sometime after 4:15, you had been there a couple hours at least with Peter?
Maybe two.
And is it fair to say maybe you guys had a little buzz going at that time?
No.
Okay. But you had likely had a couple beers. You had at least a pint according to the text, right?
Probably a pint and some food.
And then after this conversation, you and Ms. Teeny never talk about the incident in person again, correct?
Correct.
And that was because you wanted to respect her privacy on the issue? Is that right?
Correct.
You did, however, encourage Ms. Teeny to submit photos she had to TMZ later on. Is that right?
If it's in the text message chain, then yes.
Do you remember texting with her in December of 2017 about selling the pictures she had taken with Mr. Batali?
Just the ones of him, like the selfies.
Okay.
Yes.
May I approach? So I'm showing you a text message chain from December 11th, 2017. Starts with Ms. Teeny saying at 4:19 p.m., Def submitting those pics to TMZ. Do you see that?
Yes.
And TMZ is a gossip site that pays for pictures with celebrities. Is that right?
I know that they accept pictures of celebrities. I didn't know they paid for them.
Okay. And your response is, bah, ha, 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 oh my God, please do it, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Teeny responds, LMFAO, oh my God, I'm going to. And you respond, he looked wasted in them, didn't he? With a question mark.
Yes.
And Ms. Teeny says, oh my God, he did, and sends a photo of Mr. Batali with his eyes closed. It's a selfie from that night at town, right?
Yes.
And you respond, ah, so gross. Ha, 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 ha. Right?
Yes.
And Ms. Tene says, LMFAO, OMFG, right? And then question marks and exclamation points. You
Yes.
see that? And again, if you go to the top of page 4, she says, LMAO, oh my God, I want to sell these photos, dude. Do you see that?
Yes.
And finally, at the end here at page 5, she tells you she's finding the old texts, and it looks like you're a little confused. You say, wait, he texted you? And she says, no, I need the text I sent to you, referring to the text chain that we reviewed earlier in this testimony from the night that she met Mr. Batali, correct?
I don't know for sure.
I'd like to move what's marked as ID 115 into evidence.
No objection.
This would be marked as the next exhibit.
When you said in your deposition that you never talked to Ms. Teeny again about the alleged assault, that wasn't quite right, right?
As I recall, I didn't talk to her about it again. I could be wrong.
But you did text about possibly selling the photos of her with Mr. Batali that evening, right?
Oh, I guess so, yes.
And it looks like from all the ha-ha-has and the LMFAOs, you two continued to laugh and joke about the encounter, right?
Yes.
And this is December 11th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
This is now 9 months approximately after she allegedly told you about her quote-unquote assault. Is that right?
Yes, approximately.
And where you described it as being serious and somber when you two discussed it, right?
I think it takes time for people to process things that happen to them.
And this conversation is 9 months after that, right?
It's up to the person how long it takes for them to process something.
All right. Now, on a few months later, in June 1st of 2018, did Ms. Teeny tell you that she was filing a civil lawsuit against Mr. Batali?
I guess so, because you're bringing it up.
Okay, I'm going to share some documents, and we'll talk about it. So it looks like on June 1st, 2018, you ask her, how was the meeting with the lawyer? To which Ms. Teeny replies, dude, realness. Lawsuit being filed within the next 10 days. And did you understand this to mean a lawsuit against Mr. Batali?
I must have, because I asked how was the meeting with the lawyer.
Okay, I'd like to move what's marked as ID 145 into evidence.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
No objection.
All right, that'll be marked as the next exhibit.
So you mentioned on direct that you and Ms. Tene are not as close as you used to be, but that you're still close friends, right?
Correct.
And you want to see things turn out well for her?
As anyone would for a close friend.
And you'd like to see the outcome of this case go her way?
Why wouldn't I?
And that's why you're here testifying this morning, right?
Correct.
And that's why when she asked you to talk to a reporter, you talked to the reporter for her, right?
Correct.
And do you remember when she told you to tell the reporter just how, quote, creepy and FT was, LOL?
I knew for sure that he was drunk from the pictures. It was very obvious.
Do you remember
And the pictures showed him to be very creepy as well.
So I'm showing you a text chain from January 22nd, 2018, in which you talk about being nervous before you talk to the reporter. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Teeny tells you to relax. Just tell her how creepy and fucked he was. LOL on page 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'd like to move what's marked as ID 130 into evidence.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
No objection.
All right, that'll be marked as the next exhibit.
And so your friendship with Ms. Teeny is one of the reasons why you did go ahead and talk to the reporter, right?
Not just the friendship, but the fact that somebody got violated.
And your friendship is one of the reasons why you also agreed to talk to a Boston Police Department officer, right?
That felt like a civic duty because somebody got violated.
To help out your friend and talk to the officer, right?
To help someone out who got violated.
And in May 2018, that's also why you expressed to Ms. Teeny that you hope she'd at least get a chunk of change in a settlement with Mr. Batali, right?
I expressed that. She didn't express that.
Yeah, okay. So this text chain is from May 31st, 2018. If you see on page 3, that's where you say, dude, well, at least you might get a chunk of change in the settlement, question mark. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ms. Teeny responds, hopefully, dude.
Like I said, I expressed that and she did not.
I'd like to move what's marked as ID 141 into evidence.
Any objection, Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay, that'll be marked as the next exhibit.
And you said you'd hope she'd get a chunk of change in the settlement because you'd like to see your friend benefit from that encounter, right?
It was more of a joke than anything.
And you did all this even though Ms. Teeny never actually told you that he had touched her specifically in any private areas. Isn't that right?
I did this based on the fact that she told me that he groped her and that I knew he was prone to groping women.
I'd like to move
And
to
that my
strike that
friend
last
is
line.
attractive and he was drunk.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. Any redirect, Commonwealth?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning again, Ms. Buckley. When Ms. Keeney sent you the picture the night of April 1st, did you get that? When did you get that picture? When did you see it?
The following morning.
Okay. What did you think you could tell about that picture about Mr. Batali?
That he was extremely drunk.
And in fact, you talked about that in that conversation with her that morning, is that right?
Yes.
And at that point, did you have any idea during that text conversation that your friend had been sexually assaulted by the defendant at that point?
At that point, no.
And when was it that Ms. Keeney actually told you that she was sexually assaulted by the defendant that night?
I thought it was in my living room, but apparently it was at Winter Hill Brewery, and I just don't remember because it was 5 years ago.
And do you have any actual memory of it being at Winter Hill Brewery?
No.
Where do you think the conversation was?
My living room.
Okay. And in your living room or wherever it was, that was, I think you testified on direct, within a couple days of the incident. Is that right?
Yes.
And what do you remember her telling you about the parts of her body that the defendant groped during the incident?
I specifically remember groin and thighs.
And what do you remember telling about specific parts of the body to the Boston police in your interview with them in 2018?
Objection.
Rounds?
Hearsay. This is the first complaint witness, so her statements to the Boston Police Department are inadmissible hearsay.
Idiot Benelli?
Your Honor, there's a claim of recent fabrication. She has to be able to be rehabilitated.
All right, I'm going to, I'll overrule the objection.
Let me just restate that for you, Ms. Buckley. What do you remember regarding specific body parts telling the Boston Police Department when you spoke with them in the summer of 2018?
Groin and thigh.
And that interview with BPD was about a year before your deposition in the civil case. Is that right?
That sounds about right. I can't remember exactly.
In your interview with BPD in 2018 would have been 16 months after the incident itself.
In what month? I'm sorry?
Your interview with Boston Police in August of 2018, that was about 16 months after the incident?
Correct.
I'm sorry, in June of 2018. My apologies. And then your deposition was way later in time. Is that correct?
Correct.
The next year. To your knowledge, Ms. Buckley, did Ms. Teeny ever sell any of those photos?
No. That was a joke.
And when she did tell you in person about what happened to her that night, what was her attitude like? What was her demeanor like?
For lack of a better way to put it, she was grossed out.
And I think you testified also on direct that she was trying to laugh off the incident. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, did she try to laugh off the incident other times that you may have discussed it?
We didn't discuss it too much, to be honest.
Over some of the text messages that we saw?
Yeah.
Would you consider that to be trying to laugh off the incident?
I would say so, yes.
Despite that, what did Miss Teeny tell you happened to her those couple days after the incident?
The couple days after the incident?
Yeah, when she told you about the sexual assault for the first time.
What do you mean, what happened to her?
Just where she was touched.
Oh. Like I said, what I remember most is groin and thigh.
Okay. In your police interview, Miss Buckley, do you remember telling them any other body part in addition to groin and thigh?
Objection. Same objection. Part of the record.
Okay, overruled.
Do you remember telling the Boston police about any other body part that the defendant touched on Miss Teeny besides her groin and thigh?
I may have mentioned breast, and I don't remember.
Would seeing a copy of that report help refresh your recollection of what you told them that day?
Yes.
Objection. The report itself is the statement of the officer. If they want to bring the report in, they will do
Are you going to be seeking to introduce the report?
No, just to refresh your recollection.
All right, so I'll overrule your objection then.
Or you could just look at that document and review it. Look up at me if your recollection is refreshed. Ms. Buckley, in the summer of 2018, what did you tell the Boston police?
I told her that he had touched her breast, groin, and thigh, and that she was embarrassed and shocked by the incident and was unwilling at first to discuss it, and a few days later was willing to discuss it.
Thank you, Ms. Buckley. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any recross, Attorney Caruso?
Is that okay to make room for here?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Ms. Buckley, you gave your deposition in 2019 under oath. Is that correct?
Correct?
And at that deposition, I asked you, do you have a memory of Natalie telling you either via text or in person that Mr. Batali touched her breast specifically? And you responded, no, not that he touched my breast. I don't remember her saying specifically he touched my breast.
You asked if I had a memory, and I did not have a memory at that point.
And I asked you, question, do you remember her specifically saying that he had touched her groin or crotch area? And answer, I mean, what I remember was that she said that he was like groping her. So that's like my memory of like specific wording. Is that right?
That's correct. And again, I would emphasize that that's my memory 2 years post-incident.
And question, do you remember her saying anything more specific than the term groping, but specifically stating where he had allegedly touched her? Answer, no. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you gave that testimony truthfully and under oath on that day in 2019?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any other redirect from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much. You can step down. All right, thank you. Commonwealth, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would rest at this point. Thank you.
All right. Attorney Fuller, do you have a motion for the court? All right. Would you like to be heard?
Sure, certainly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our position is that no rational trier of fact can find the essential elements here to make out the indecent assault and battery. I'm not going to belabor it, but this witness gave conflicting statements under oath. That's a wash. And then the alleged victim herself is an admitted liar in court. She's admitted that. And there is no physical evidence of the assault other than those videos and photos which don't show an indecent assault and battery, and frankly, they don't prove it. So our position is that no reasonable finder of fact could conclude that Commonwealth has met its burden.
Okay, thank you. ADA Palmbaum.
We're dealing with Lattimore standard here, Your Honor, with the court crediting testimony that 1, the touching was intentional, 2, the touching was unconsented, 3, the touching was of body parts that under any contemporary standard of decency would be considered indecent, specifically according to jury instruction, that a reasonable trier of fact credit that testimony. This is not the stage for the court to consider any alleged inconsistencies or any other impeachment evidence, and therefore the motion for a directed acquittal should be denied.
All right. Well, the standard is in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. The court is going to deny the defendant's motion for a directed verdict or required finding of not guilty. So the Commonwealth has rested, right? All right. Attorney Fuller, do you intend to call any witnesses?
Your Honor, we are not going to call any witnesses. I did want to offer a couple of documents that I don't think there's any objection, a couple of exhibits.
All right. You aware of these documents, Commonwealth?
I think so. We did discuss 4, and I think he was including these records, and I think he was going to end up offering 3 of them.
All right. So what do you have?
Your Honor, I'm going to offer the Hilton Lennox Hotel for the record. This is Mr. Batali, arrival 3/31/17, departure 4/2/17.
All right. No objection to that, Commonwealth?
We do not.
All right. That'll be marked as the next exhibit then.
The next is the text message that the complainant said, I went to Italy and got their food. It was kind of cool. I didn't offer that yesterday. I've offered now. It's ID 105.
Any objection to that?
No, she was asked about that specifically, so no objection.
All right. That'll be admitted into evidence next exhibit.
And then the last exhibit would be the Facebook chat with Philip Wolf, where Ms. Tenney said at Mario Batali in November 2016, which we asked about on cross.
Likewise, the content's in evidence, so no objection.
All right. So that'll be admitted into evidence, the next exhibit number. All right. So what I would like to do then is to take a brief recess, and then I'll hear from the parties in closing argument.
There is the, I guess, the kind of quasi-charge conference issue, couple of issues that I had hoped to bring up. I don't know if you want to.
Is this something that you wanted to argue in closing argument?
No, it's more about how the court, as the trier of fact, considers certain things.
Well, why don't we,
Also
why
the
don't we-
question of a lesser included offense and whether the court considers that. So I think those are the points that we need to address.
But did you need to argue those in your closing argument? Is that the point of raising it now, or?
The point of raising it now is to get the landscape clear in terms of what Your Honor is considering when you deliberate. I think those will inform the closing arguments, and also just to make the record clear on what our view on certain parts of the evidence.
Yeah.
From a legal point of view, not from an arguing the factual weight point of view.
Well, why don't I take a recess, then I'll hear from the parties in closing argument, and then we can address your jury instructions or judge instructions.
Okay.
All right? All right, so court will stand in recess.
Court rise. Court will stand in recess. seated.
Is this everything right here? That's great. Okay. All right, that's good. Are the parties ready to make closing arguments?
Defense is, Your Honor.
All right. Commonwealth is? All right. All right, so Attorney Fuller, are you going to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Caruso is going to man the audiovisual. I'll just stand here. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to start or close where I began, which is that Mario Batali didn't assault the alleged victim on April 1st, 2017. He posed with her to take some selfies, and that was it. You've seen each and every one of those photos and the live photos, and we'll go through some of them here. Those don't depict an indecent assault and battery. They don't even depict a simple assault, which I understand Mr. Palmbaum may suggest is a lesser included, but we can get to that later. Those photos and the video show an entirely consensual encounter between the two. She wanted to take the selfies with Mr. Batali, and he obliged. Now, if you take a look at Exhibit 2, which is the summary of the photos, you can see the first 5 are taken within seconds apart. Then there's a 3-minute break where she switches from the still photos.
Sorry to interrupt you for a moment. You referred to an exhibit?
Yes, Exhibit 2.
All right.
I want to make sure.
So I'll just have them here, and I'll look at them as you speak.
That would be good, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So if you look at the summary, which is Exhibit 2, you'll see these photos.
Yeah.
The first 5 were taken within seconds of each other. I guess the first 6. Then there's a 3-minute break, and we switch to live photos. So as I said at the beginning of the case, Your Honor, there's 2 kinds of evidence in this case. The photos and the videos from the bar, which is contemporaneous evidence, and then you have the testimony of Ms. Tenney. I would suggest that, and I'll talk about Ms. Buckley later, but whatever she testified about is what Ms. Tenney told her. So in terms of what happened in that bar, we have the photos and we have her testimony, neither of which prove an indecent assault or any assault at all. So if you look at these photos, there's a 3-minute break. She had the presence of mind to switch the camera from still to live photos on her iPhone, which one could understand, meaning the live photos 3 seconds. There's more options in terms of a selfie, because you can freeze and take a screenshot of the photo. So it's not just the simple 1 click. So we have the presence of mind to switch the photos to live. Her testimony is that he assaulted her in those first 5 photos. There's a 3-minute break, and then she agrees to take more photos. It makes no sense. She's being physically assaulted, holding a camera for the first 10, 15 seconds, and then comes back for more after 3 minutes. Not only that, if you look at the photos, if somebody gooses you, grabs your butt or your privates, you're going to make a face. You're going to flinch. You're going to blink. You're going to do something. You don't see any of that in these photos. Again, she's holding the phone. She could have just stopped it if this is what was happening. The photos and the videos do not support in the least. In fact, they alone provide reasonable doubt that this assault supposedly occurred. Let's look at the second to last live photo. Because again, her testimony was, towards the end was when he grabbed me by the crotch and whipped me around like a rag doll. Second to last photo. There's a foot of space between them. He's not whipping her around or doing anything. Let's look at the last photo. So well, let me first say, he says, does that work? Question to her. We don't know what comes next. We don't know what she says next, but what we do see is another selfie. He's asking her, and now we have another selfie, and she holds that pose. That's not an indecent assault and battery. That's not any kind of assault and battery. Not only that, if you look at that second, when you go back and review the evidence, if you look at that second video, you can see her leaning over to Mr. Batali like this, and there's a space between them. How could his right arm even get around to grab her breast when he's pulling her cheek with his other hand? He'd have to be Stretch Armstrong to do that. It's physically not possible to do what she says happened. So the photos and videos don't lie. They don't have a financial motive to lie. But Miss Penny does. The photos and videos contradict her testimony, which is self-serving, financially motivated testimony, which we've established. Now, there's no other witnesses from the bar that night. Nobody can corroborate her story. She's the only one. The Commonwealth is asking you to convict Mr. Batali of an indecent assault and battery on the word of somebody who's an admitted liar. She admitted to lying under oath in a courtroom to a judge. That's reasonable doubt. Her testimony can't be relied upon in this case, Your Honor. In her world, the truth is a flexible concept. It doesn't really exist. She'll say whatever helps her in the moment. And I think we saw that actually on the witness stand. For the first time in 5 years, she says he put his tongue in her ear. That came out on the witness stand. She can't be relied on. Her word is not good. Her word under oath is not good. You saw that when she made a mockery of a criminal trial in Middlesex to get out of jury duty. I'll talk more about that later, but think about it. She was 29 years old. Wouldn't it have been obvious to her to get out of jury duty by simply checking the victim box on that jury questionnaire? Given that she had just claimed several weeks earlier that she'd been assaulted. But instead, she comes up with this clairvoyance excuse, which we know is an excuse by her text message, and I'll show you those later. What is motivating her to get up here and go through all this? Well, that's obvious as well. It's the civil suit, which is an evidence, and that's, I'm not going to show it. You don't need to see it. That's Exhibit 3. She makes bold claims in there that this was a brutally dehumanizing assault, causing her severe and extreme emotional distress. She says that she's got a specific fear of being assaulted or touched in an inappropriate manner in public. Those are all claims, and she's seeking damages, which we know and the court can take judicial notice of, in excess of $50,000, which is the jurisdictional limit for Superior Court. So we know she'll, well, let me ask you, I'll suggest this. She's seeking far in excess of $50,000 here. We know that she lied and scammed a gym for $200. What would she do for more than $50,000? We know the lengths that she went to go to get out of that gym membership, with her mother enlisting her to create a fake lease, basically bamboozling a businesswoman at a gym for $200. So what wouldn't she do to score a big hit with a celebrity chef that she took selfies with? And I'm sure plenty of people might tell a white lie about moving away and tell them that, but to go to the trouble to create a fake legal document, to then email it and tell a crazy story about New Hampshire, and then it becomes, I'm actually in Western Mass, that's beyond the pale. That's not normal, everyday lying. That shows an ability and a willingness to engage in a well-thought-out, pre-planned fraud. And then another lie came out when she was on this witness stand yesterday. After a lot of back and forth, she admitted that she actually had hired a lawyer before she ever engaged her civil lawyers to sue Mario Batali. And she hired that lawyer to make a demand on another restaurant in Boston. She reluctantly admitted it, said, I'm not really sure, but he wasn't really my lawyer, I don't know. She squirmed and feigned a lack of knowledge until I showed her the text message where she referred to her former lawyer as an effing Arab who took her money. That came out on the witness stand. Another surprise. Now let's look, I'll just walk through a list of things that she did that undermine her story. First of all, on May 25th, and this is Exhibit 6, again, keeping in mind her emotional distress, claims that she's going to be triggered if she goes near Italy. She couldn't stand to see his face on a pasta jar. Well, where does she go 4 weeks after he brutally assaults her? She goes to Italy. And then again, you heard her prevaricate on the witness stand. Well, I don't, maybe somebody dragged me there. I don't know. And then we have her text message, which I just put into evidence. I don't have the number handy, where she said Italy was kind of cool, completely undermining her story that this man assaulted her in any way. She spent $42.25 that day, and it was kind of cool. She went back to that. I know she said, well, it wasn't the place that's triggering, it was the person. You, Your Honor, have to think about, is that a reasonable statement? If somebody was really brutally dehumanized, assaulted in a bar, would they go back there 3 times that we know of, including on the day when a reporter tells you they're moving forward with your story? That's Exhibit 8, the picture of her in town. You can see that tile floor that's visible in the pictures of Mr. Batali. So if you think about that, she went to the very place where she was assaulted on the day she learns that the reporter is going to publicize her truth. It simply defies all logic and common sense, Your Honor. It makes no sense whatsoever. Then you just heard this supposed first complaint conversation with Ms. Buckley. And there was the text messages that were entered into evidence. Again, I don't have the exhibit number handy, but it was one of the last exhibits. You probably remember it because it was like 20 minutes ago, where Ms. Tinney texts the picture of Batali. She's making fun of a drunk girl in the bar. She says, Mr. Batali's a fat F. There's no mention of any assault, and she's not someone who's afraid to mention it. We already saw her other text messages where she says he assaulted me. She told reporters months later. And by the way, this idea that she had an epiphany on December 11, 2017, when she read an article that all these other women had come forward, that's nonsense. She had an epiphany that she could cash in on her encounter with Mr. Batali, and she had the photos as evidence. And that's exactly what she's trying to do. And she's trying to use this criminal process in the DA's office to make it happen. Look at the text message she sent to Rachel Buckley. That is not a text message of a woman who was indecently assaulted just hours before. Then we have Exhibit 10, which is the Peter Vasselin text. Again, Peter is the boyfriend of Miss Buckley, who just testified, who's supposedly there when she describes the indecent assault. And in July, he says, hey, do you still have those Mario Batali photos? I was talking about it at work. She says, ha, 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 hilarious. That's talking about this supposed indecent assault and battery. Those are her own words at the time, before she had the financial motive to come forward with those photos to make some money. That's her state of mind, completely undermining her story that she was assaulted. Then we have Exhibit 9, which is that Italy, Europe Facebook post where it's a little subtle, but if you look at closely at the pages, you can see that she does that praising hands emoji thing, which she agreed was a positive sign or a positive, sentiment about this place in Italy that Mr. Batali was opening. Again, this is the guy who supposedly assaulted her. It makes no sense because it didn't happen. Then we have, like I said, the epiphany around December 11th when the article comes out and she claims now I didn't feel like I was the only one. But now what she does is she jumps on the bandwagon, and we have the text messages. You just saw one from Miss Buckley on December 11th where she says, I want to sell these photos. She texted her friend, Kayla, who she didn't, by the way, disclose in the course of civil discovery. She says, oh, wow, do I have a good story for you? A good story. That's what she referred to her encounter with Mr. Batali as. Like, WTF, pay me $10K or I post them all. That's her incentive at that point in time. Then, Your Honor, I think we have what really is, now I know at one point ADA Benelli, and I have the utmost respect for both these prosecutors, but she suggested in questioning Ms. Tinney, did Mr. Fuller show you a text message where you admitted this didn't happen or something to that effect? And I objected, burden shifting. But this is as close to you can get to a text message where she acknowledges this didn't happen. And that's Exhibit 5, where she's texting with her friend Kayla Toner, and she's coaching her to talk to the reporter, and Kayla says, just play up the story. Again, if you're an indecent assault and battery victim, are you going to say, well, why? You'd say, why would I play up the story? This effer assaulted me. Right? No, she says, OMG, of course, Queen. She's playing up the story. This wasn't about speaking up for victims or holding people accountable. It's about her having a laugh with her friend and cashing in on Mr. Batali's celebrity status. We even heard her say something to the effect of, I thought this is how it worked with celebrities. You call a reporter and you get money or something like that. She lied for fun and she lied for money. That's what the evidence shows. She played up the story of her encounter with Mr. Batali. The meeting, she said it was ha ha ha, hilarious, morphs into an indecent assault and battery. And one other key point of evidence that I would call consciousness of her lies. And it's an aside, but I think it's important to remember, and I crossed her on it. If you look at Exhibit 4, that's the interrogatories that we propounded in the civil case before this went criminal. She was asked to identify all the people that she'd spoken to and to produce their communications. Under oath, she signed it, didn't mention Kayla Toner, didn't disclose her. We only have the text messages we have here because Judge Richard Sennett of the BMC ordered it. And thank God he did. Now, the court can take judicial notice of the docket in this case and see for itself how desperate her lawyers fought our effort to get those text messages. And frankly, the Commonwealth objected as well. There were multiple motions for reconsideration. Her lawyers fought tooth and nail to keep us from getting them, and thankfully we got them because they show that Mr. Batali's innocent. And then we have the coaching of Rachel Buckley on January 22nd. Again, if you're really an indecent assault and battery victim, you're going to have to tell your friend, just tell him how creepy and effed he was. It makes no sense. She's doing this for money. And then, Your Honor, Exhibit 12. Well, let me first talk about the questionnaire, the jury questionnaire. Which I know the court is familiar with. Of course, I don't have the exhibit number handy.
Exhibit 11. Is that Exhibit 11, counsel?
Yes, it's 11. Again, Exhibit 12 is an email that she sent to the reporter. Mario Batali assaulted me. She acknowledged she was a victim of assault and she knew that was a crime, and it's not on this. She didn't check the box. Instead, she writes clairvoyancy. Her own text messages show that that's absolutely ludicrous. She's not clairvoyant. She said she was on the stand. I would suggest that that was an untruthful statement on her part, based on the text messages we have. I'm looking at Exhibit 13, texting with Olivia James. And this is all relevant because why would you put I'm clairvoyant as a joke to get out of jury duty if you were actually a victim? Like she claims to be today, like she claimed in December before she sat on the jury. I told them I'm clairvoyant and can pick major events, and they picked me first. This is Exhibit 13. It's a guy from Nowhere, Mass. Guilty. And her friend says on page 3, OMGGG, they went for it. What's it? It's the gag that she's clairvoyant. She's not clairvoyant. She said that on the witness stand, under oath. Later on page 4, bah, crazy wants a crazy, ha ha ha, it's all a big joke. And by the way, she's testified, I believe she said, I didn't understand how serious this was or something like that. I took the evidence seriously. But she sat in a courtroom. My 13-year-old son and his friends know that this is serious business coming into a courtroom. She was 29 years old, college educated. That is not believable in the least. She has no care for an oath. She could care less. She made a mockery out of this trial. And she's making a mockery out of this criminal process as well. Then we look at exhibit, more on the clairvoyancy, exhibits 14. This is to her mother. It's a 4-day case. This is page 1. Should I try to get out? I'm the first one they picked. I even said I'm clairvoyant. My father was witness to murder. This is page 3. At the bottom, her mother says clairvoyant, question mark. So her mother didn't even know she's claiming to be clairvoyant. And then the last one, this along with the Kaler Toner text sums it up. This is with her friend Vicky Marino. It's Exhibit 15. Talking about jury duty. She says, this guy's in a criminal case with like a shitload of major charges. 5 counts of strangulation, all this shit. And she said, her friend says, oh my God, dude, what? That's insane. Yeah, the guy totally did it. LOL. Also, we aren't supposed to talk about it, but I don't care. I don't care. She knew what the rules were. She broke them. She didn't care. She knows what an oath is. She doesn't care. And I would suggest that is her attitude, and that was her attitude on the witness stand and in this entire proceeding. The rules don't apply to her. She'll say whatever she wants in the moment, whatever advances her agenda. And then we have the fact that she engages the civil attorneys to sue Mr. Batali. It says it right there in the engagement letter, which I didn't put in evidence, but I'm sure the court remembers. Doesn't say hiring these lawyers for media consulting. It says to pursue assault and battery claims. That's what she wanted to do. She played dumb when the police interviewed her and acted like she didn't understand the process. She misled BPD, and that's why we're here today. Each and every one of these things is reasonable doubt. Each and every one. She lies for fun, she lies for money, and in this case, it appears she's lied for both. She lied under oath in the deposition. She lied in her sworn interrogatory answers. She lied to a gym to scam him out of $200. And she lied to a Superior Court judge in that criminal case at least twice when asked if she followed the rules. Under oath in a courtroom, like she was yesterday. The Commonwealth has the highest burden of proof on this case. They cannot meet it on the words of a proven and admitted liar. These aren't small, minor lies. These are big lies, bold lies, brazen lies in the face of a serious proceeding. She can't be believed, Your Honor, and we ask that you find Mr. Batali not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on April 1st, 2017, Natalie Teeny was sexually assaulted by Mario Batali. She came into this court to tell this court about what happened to her 5 years later because this happened to her. And despite all the dragging of this victim and all the distraction, all of the evidence taken together still proves this charge is true. Natalie Teeny was a 28-year-old young woman when she was assaulted by the 57-year-old defendant at Town Stove and Spirits. We heard all about that night. We heard from Ms. Teeny herself, from Ms. Buckley, the first complaint witness, who learned about the assault within a matter of days, from Ms. Teeny's civil complaint, from her police interview, and even from years' worth of her own text messages. We saw pictures from that night of the victim and of the defendant in those selfie pictures. And from those pictures, it's absolutely undeniable that on April 1st, 2017, the defendant was drunk and aggressive, grabbing and kissing all over Miss Teeny's face. That, at least, is plain as day in the pictures. Now, along with that face grabbing and kissing, we learned what was going on below the camera frame. The defendant groped Miss Teeny with his other hand, putting it on her breast, her butt, and her crotch. He tried to pull her into him more and more as he sat on his bar stool and she stood there, just trying to get a good fan photo. The kissing, the pulling, the groping, she never asked for it, she never wanted it, and she never consented to it. all she wanted was a selfie. We heard that Miss Teeny was confused, that she was just trying to get a good picture, and she didn't fully grasp what was happening with the defendant, drunk and grabbing her all over her body. She wasn't sure what was happening when the groping began. She tried to move her body, but the grabbing continued. She tried to smile awkwardly. We heard about that. She tried to laugh. She told us several times that that was her mechanism to try to de-escalate this situation as a powerful celebrity groped her in public, pulled her, and kissed her all over her face. This quick interaction, this indecent assault and battery, all happened in under 3 minutes. Plenty of time for the defendant to grope Miss Teeny all over her body, but no time at all for Miss Teeny to fully realize what was happening to her, let alone figure out what the appropriate response would be. How could you possibly expect a 28-year-old young woman to know exactly how to react to being sexually assaulted by a much older, powerful celebrity in a moment that was over in a flash in a couple of selfies? Miss Teeny did the only thing she could do. She walked away, but not before the defendant, after kissing and groping her, invited her back to his hotel. We heard a lot about this hotel issue at the trial. Was it the Mandarin or somewhere else? It doesn't matter. The Mandarin was right next door to town. Maybe the defendant was trying to somehow impress Miss Teeny by saying that. Or maybe he was just too drunk to even remember where he was staying. Either way, he invited Miss Teeny back to the Mandarin Hotel. That was the same thing she told the Boston police in 2018, and the same thing she told Mr. Fuller at her civil deposition in May of 2019. In addition to the sexual assault itself, we also learned all about how Miss Teeny decided to report this incident. We learned that in December of 2017, Eder published an article revealing similar accusations made against the defendant. Miss Teeny realized she was not alone. This wasn't some drunken, isolated incident, but this was a sexual assault that happened to her and maybe to others. Miss Teeny couldn't be silent anymore, so she spoke up. And that was and is her motive. It was clear all the way back in December 2017. This wasn't about money. It was about a sexual assault. She wasn't alone. This wasn't isolated, and she had to tell her story for herself and for these other women. She spent the next several months trying to figure out how to tell that story. She didn't know what to do, understandably so. She told the reporter and waited for her story to come out. Yes, we saw her joking with her friends about it. We saw the jokes about getting paid for the pictures. But they show a sloppy defendant sexually assaulting her, and she told us she genuinely thought that's what people in her situation do. That was her only option. Look at our examples from society. Isn't that what so many people in her situation do? When Miss Teeny's story came out in Eder, finally, on May 30th, 2018, she was ambushed with media attention. Again, and understandably so, she was confused. She had no idea what to do. So she hired a lawyer to help her manage the media attention. Then, she learned she could file a police report. Eventually, she filed a civil suit. But all of this was all after Miss Teeny had been telling her story for months, the same story, to Miss Buckley right after, to Eder in December 2017. If this was really a scam for money, if this civil suit is a scam for money, why didn't Miss Teeny sue right away? Why didn't she call up some civil attorneys on April 2nd and sue the defendant for damages then? Because this has never been about money. This is about what happened to her. And a parallel civil suit that is completely legitimate and legal doesn't make her sexual assault from April 1st, 2017 any less true. Now, although the defendant has to prove nothing at his own trial, and the Commonwealth carries the burden, the defendant spent this entire trial trying to prove that this victim is simply a bad person. We heard hours of diversion and distraction to demonize this young woman and bring us farther and farther from the defendant and what actually happened on April 1st, 2017, what this trial is actually about. The fact of the matter, the law of this courtroom, is that it's not your job to judge Miss Teeney's conduct as a juror in a 2018 Middlesex case or a meaningless stunt she may have pulled to get out of a gym cancellation fee. We are here to judge the defendant and the sexual assault he committed on this victim. It's your job to weigh this victim's testimony and credibility alongside with the first complaint witness who she told about this assault just days later and decide what happened on April 1st, 2017. Now, the only relevant consideration from this juror issue, the juror questionnaire, is the crime victim box that wasn't checked by Miss Teeney, which she clearly explained. Miss Teeney hadn't reported this crime to the police. Miss Teeney hadn't talked to the police at all at that point. She explained several times, and it was actually crystal clear in her police interview snippet that we heard during the trial. Miss Teeney didn't understand if she could file a police report, what that process involved, or the difference between a civil case and a criminal prosecution. That was clear. At the time she sat on that jury, the defendant had not been charged with a crime. Why would Miss Teeney say that she was a crime victim? So what does all of this irrelevant distraction from the defendant show? Sure, maybe the defendant has proven that Miss Teeney is an imperfect woman. But one can't expect all victims of sexual assault to be perfect, to have their lives and phone histories turned over and scrutinized under a microscope by the defendant's legal team and come out perfectly flawless, as if she has not lived in this world. Was Miss Teeney really supposed to never return to town, which was her regular hangout spot, because she'd been assaulted there? Was she supposed to not go to Italy that single time because the defendant was a part owner of it? Was Miss Teeney supposed to stop living her life because she was sexually assaulted by the defendant? She told you she was not going to do that. She told you that she came forward with this case so she wouldn't have to. Miss Teeney has made mistakes that we all knew would be aired out at this trial, and she came here and admitted to them anyways. She came here as the imperfect woman she is, not for sympathy, but because this happened to her. And even the defendant's evidence proved that. Every single text message we have in evidence is the victim talking about the sexual assault that happened to her. Maybe we don't like the way that she talks about it, or it's hard to understand some of the jokes and the coping mechanisms she uses over text message. Maybe you even think it's distasteful or immature. But Miss Teeney has been criticized for her texts being too joking and too casual. She's been criticized for the dramatic language her lawyers put in her civil complaint about the emotional distress she's suffered. She's been criticized for her language and talking about this at every turn. How is a sexual assault victim supposed to react when a powerful celebrity assaults them in public? How do we begin to guess? Regardless of this, in all of these text messages, she's saying it happened. This happened to her. Never once does she say that this is a scam or a lie or made up for fun or for money. Not once in over 2 years of her private text messages. Now we have plenty of evidence of some of these completely unrelated so-called scams the defendant tried to tarnish Miss Teeney with. Don't you think that if this was just another scam, that would have come up in 2 years of her phone dump. Those texts aren't there because they don't exist. Because what happened to Miss Teeny on April 1st, 2017 is the truth. And today and yesterday, over 5 years later, Miss Teeny came in here to tell you the same thing that she told Rachel Buckley just a couple days later, and the same thing that she's been saying ever since. That Mario Batali sexually assaulted her at town that night in April of 2017. The evidence demands that you find him guilty. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so what I would propose is that I'll take the exhibits and my notes, and we'll take a recess until 2 p.m. And at 2 p.m., we'll take the lunch and recess, and then at 2 p.m. I'll come back in and I'll deliver the verdict. All right? All right, thank you.
now in session. You may proceed to votes. No phones are silent.
All right, so I've got some remarks that I'm going to go through, Attorney Fuller and Commonwealth, just to start things off. And so, Attorney Fuller, Mr. Batali, you can remain seated for the time being, and then when I get to the point where I'm going to announce the verdict, you can rise at that point. All right. So first off, I'd like to commend the lawyers that participated in the case. From both sides, everybody was prepared and professional, diligent and dignified, and a credit to the legal profession. I also think that it's important to recognize and thank the staff here of the Boston Municipal Court, the clerks, security, probation. As everyone knows, this was a high-profile case, and there's significant media attention. That creates a different and can be somewhat stressful working environment. And our staff performs with the utmost in professionalism and respect towards the litigants in the process. I also want to show appreciation for the media. I want to thank you for the respect and the decorum and dignity that you've shown towards the parties and to the process and to the institution of the Boston Municipal Court. I'll thank you also at this time for following my directives during this trial and for your professionalism and your continued professionalism as we get through this important part of the trial, the verdict. So, with regard to the case at hand, it's an understatement to say that Mr. Batali did not cover himself in glory on the night in question. His conduct and his appearance and his demeanor were not befitting of a public person of his stature at that time. It is a lesson for all of those people in public or celebrity positions. He's paid a high cost in terms of diminished reputation and financial loss. This case is about credibility, and it's the court's job to assess the credibility of the witnesses. It's the court's job to determine how much weight to give the testimony of the witnesses. This court, because it's a jury-waived trial, this court is the sole judge of the credibility of the witnesses who testified in this case. The complaining witness has significant credibility issues. Those issues were highlighted in her testimony. Her conduct as a sworn juror in another case, in a criminal matter in Middlesex Superior Court, was egregious, and it was offensive to the rule of law. The testimony about her scheme to evade a $200 gym membership fee by creating a fictitious legal document is indicative of that lack of credibility. These issues, these were just two of the issues, but they were significant in the mind of the court, and they support the defendant's contention that her motive was financial gain. As to the fact issues in the case, the pictures tell 1,000 words, and the complaining witness's image in these photographs, specifically it was Exhibit 2, pictures 5 and 6, which showed the separation between the complaining witness and the defendant, Mr. Batali. But her reaction and lack thereof to the alleged assault is telling. As I mentioned, the visibility of the flooring, the tile flooring between the complaining witness and the defendant indicated a separation and contributes to reasonable doubt. Significant as well is the 3-minute delay. The photographs series of photographs in that exhibit took place at 12:37 a.m. and then again at 12:40 a.m. There's a 3-minute lapse of time. And during that time, it appears that the selfies were reviewed or retaken, or plans were made to retake the selfies. This is all allegedly as a serious sexual assault was happening. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard in our system of justice, as well it should be. It requires that the fact finder be satisfied or be convinced to an abiding conviction, to a moral certainty that the charge is true. That's not the case here. The Commonwealth has not met its burden to the degree that's required by law. So Mr. Batali and Attorney Fuller and Caruso, if you could rise. I'm going to find the defendant not guilty to the charge of indecent assault and battery. Yeah, you could. Yeah, that's great.
For the record, as to the Commonwealth versus Mario Batali, docket number 1901CR 1819. Court has made the finding of not guilty. Batali is guilty.
All right. Thank you, everyone. All right. Thank you. That's great. Oh, yeah. Do you? Yeah. Sure. All right. All right. I'll stand in recess. Thanks.